Sports fans. This is Robert Lyons. We're on the Pioneer Pavilion or Pioneer Basketball Network. We're here at the Pioneer Pavilion, and we're going to get this one tipped off. The Lady Pioneers will control the tip as it went to Sydney Standridge. Now the ball's in the hand of Blanchard. We'll get you the starting lineups here momentarily. And Blanchard goes all the way to the rim on the left side and puts it up and in for the easy layup and takes the first lead of the ball game. Greyhounds with the basketball on the other end of the floor. Into the lane in the high post, kicks it back out. It's up and off the backboard. Blanchard comes down with that rebound. She'll bring it back up the floor. Quick outlet pass to Keene. Keene will get into the lane, kick it back out to Rooks. Rooks with the basketball. She'll come cross court to number 34, Standridge, inside to George. Now Standridge down the right side of the lane, puts up the shot. It's no good. She's fouled. She's going to the free throw line. That foul was on number 33, Sondrea Woods, for ASU Mid-South. First free throw up and off the right side of the rim after rolling to the glass. Number 2, Keely Blanchard is starting for the Lady Pioneers. Number 4, Emily Keene. Number 33, Kendall Rooks. Standridge makes the second one. And the Lady Pioneers will lead 3-0 early. Samantha George will round out the starting lineup for the Lady Pioneers. Mid-South drives in the lane, puts up the shot, and it's up and good. That'll be number 3, Ray Rester, as she puts it up and in. Now Blanchard back to Keene. Keene will get the ball into Samantha George in the high post over to Rooks. Rooks will put up a shot. It's no good, but she's fouled. Looks like that foul will be on number 33, London Robinson. That'll be her second personal foul, and we'll see the only 2 replacements come in. They'll come in for number 32, Sondrea Woods, and number 23, Sage Singleton. Sage Singleton just came into the game. Brooks makes the first of 2 free throws. She'll have one more try, and she makes that. 5-2, North Arkansas College leads over Mid-South. Blanchard at the timeline starts to guard really tight. Now the ball comes around to, it's going to be stolen by Blanchard. Blanchard out, up, and puts it up and in on the right-hand side. It's good. Mid-South will bring the ball back up the floor, pass into the high post, get a layup on the right side. That'll be by Sage Singleton. And now it looks like Blanchard will bring this back up the floor. Keene comes from the right to the left. Blanchard all the way to the rim, puts up the shot. It's no good. She's fouled. She's going to the free throw line. She'll have 2 free throws here. She makes the first. The foul was against number 1, Zariah Adams. 7:40 to play in the first half. 8-4 is the lead. And Blanchard will make the second free throw. She'll push that lead out to 5, 9-4. Ball in the hands of Sage Singleton. She tries to get it inside. It'll be knocked away and stolen by Standridge. She gets it to Keene. Keene will get it down to Rooks on the right corner. Rooks will get into the lane, and then she's going to be called for traveling. The ball was tipped away from her, or tried to be tipped away, and Rooks just picked up that pivot foot. Mid-South will bring this up. Ray Rester with the basketball. She'll get it over to Singleton. Back to Rester. Now Rester will come towards the right side at the elbow. Singleton back over to Adams. Now Rester with the basketball. Puts up the shot. It's good. Mid-range jumper from about 12 feet. It's good. And that'll cut the lead to 3 with the 6:51 to play. Keene with the basketball over to Rooks on the left. Now she'll hand it back to Keene. She'll do the pick and roll, and Rooks will not get the ball. Mid-South brings it up. Now she throws it to Rester. Rester will have it bounce off of her. She'll pick the ball back up. Gets the ball back to number 5, Cooper. Rester now with the ball. She's got Cooper at the top of the key. Gets the ball to her. 3-point shot is up, and it's good. That ties the ball game at 9. Keene will throw this into Blanchard. Blanchard will get it right back to Keene, and she'll bring it up the floor. Now over to Keene on the left, or Blanchard on the left side. She puts up a shot off the glass. It's good after it rolls around the rim. 11-9 is the score. Blanchard out at midcourt. Now the ball's going to be knocked away by Keene, picked up by Samantha George. Now Rooks with the basketball. She'll get it over to Blanchard. Blanchard will look at driving the lane. She'll pull it back out and reset. Keene with the ball on the right side. Down the middle, it'll be Blanchard, and we're going to have a foul. This call will go against ASU Mid-South for an illegal screen, it looks like. Checking in for Keene will be number 0, Peyton Clark. Foul was against number 5, Cooper. Now Blanchard with the basketball. She kicks it back out to Clark. Back to Blanchard. She drives to the high post, puts up a shot. It's no good. It'll be rebounded by Cooper. Ball out in front, and they'll pull it out and reset it. Back over to Cooper. Rester gets it in the corner to Singleton. She puts up the shot. It's no good. It'll be rebounded by Kendall Rooks. Rooks back up the center of the floor. Rooks looks inside. Now she'll get it over to Standridge on the left side of the lane. She'll put up a hook shot that'll hit the front of the rim, bounce to the glass, and fall through. 13-9 is your score. Lady Pioneers lead. Got another substitution coming in for the Lady Pioneers. That will be number 1, Kelly Vaught. Steal by the Lady Pioneers. It's picked up by Clark over to George. George back up the right side at the elbow. Gets it back out to Clark over to Blanchard. Blanchard get it back to Clark. She'll dribble. Tries to penetrate. Stops at the high post out to Rooks. Rooks with a 6-foot jumper. That's good. 15-9. 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this first period. Cross court. Now to Cooper on the right elbow. Cooper gets it down in the right corner to Rester. Rester goes cross court at the elbow, and she'll put up the shot. It's no good. That shot was by Adams, and it just sailed out of bounds. George comes out, and Kaylee Vaught will come in and replace her. She'll give George a rest. Now Vaught with the basketball. She'll come up the center of the floor. She's got Clark on this near side. Rooks down the right side of the lane. She'll have her shot blocked. Cooper comes up with it over to Rester. Rester gets the ball down to Adams. Adams will have her shot blocked from behind by Standridge, and then the ball will fall into the hands of another player, and she'll put the shot up and in. Vaught back up to the floor with the basketball. Rooks with a 3-point shot. It's on the rim and off. It's no good. Now ASU Mid-South comes back down the floor. Ball in the hands of Singleton. Rester will tackled, and it'll be a foul called against the Lady Pioneers with 3:08 remaining in the first period. Checking into the game now will be number 12, Annabelle Massengale. She'll check in for Rooks. Rester gets set to throw this in. She's got Cooper in the lane, Cooper outside. She had Adams in the lane. Now it's Cooper with the basketball. Cooper gets it to Singleton. Singleton back over to Rester. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Deep three, no good. Standridge comes down with that rebound as it goes over the rim, and she picks it up. 2:48 to play. Massengale now with the basketball. Drives down the lane on the right side. She'll kick it out to Standridge. She'll put up a shot. It goes over the rim on the left side. Cooper comes back forward with the basketball. She's got Rester in the right corner. Singleton on the left. At the elbow. Inside. Standridge is going to knock that ball away, but it looks like Standridge may be called for a foul right there. She will be called for the foul. That'll be her first foul of the game. Second team foul for the Lady Pioneers. The Lady Greyhounds have 4 team fouls. Both teams have all 5 timeouts remaining. We haven't had a break in play yet. For timeout anyway. Now the shot's going to be up. It's going to count. That shot will be by Adams. She'll go to the free throw line to shoot an and one. And that foul will be on Vaught. It will be her first foul of the ball game. Third team foul against Lady Pioneers. But more importantly, Mid-South at the line to shoot 1 free throw. Free throws off the back of the iron, no good. Rebounded by Standridge. Standridge gets the ball over to Blanchard. Blanchard all the way down, coast to coast. She puts it up and in on the left side. She's fouled. She's going to the line to shoot 1 free throw. And that foul will be the 5th foul against Mid-South in this first period. It'll be against Adams. It'll be her 2nd personal foul. Blanchard at the line. Her free throw's up and good. Rester with the basketball, picks up her dribble, gets it back to Singleton. Singleton makes an errant pass that'll go out of bounds. She threw it behind Cooper, and Cooper never saw it. Lady Pioneers in the bonus now. Vaught with the basketball. Clark throws it into her. Vaught wants to set up the offense. She gets it to Blanchard inside to Standridge. She puts it on the floor, dribbles once, and puts it up and in on the right side. 20-13, 1:46 remaining in the first period. Full court coverage now. Rester gets the ball over to Adams. Down the floor to Singleton. She puts it up and in just over the outstretched hands of Standridge. 20-15, 1 minute and 30 seconds to play. Clark with the basketball. She'll be guarded by Rester into Blanchard. She'll get it to Standridge. Standridge will fight through the defense, get the ball up, and it'll go out of bounds and belong to the Lady Pioneers. Maya Fulton checks in now as she'll check in for Blanchard and give her a break, probably for the rest of the first period. Fulton gets it into Massengale. She tries to put up the shot. She's blocked, but if she's also fouled in the process, she'll go to the line to shoot 2 free throws. Score is 20-15, 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining. That foul was on number 23, Singleton. It's her first and the team's 6th foul. First free throw by Massengale's up and in, right over the front of the net or front of the rim, falls through the net, made a zip sound when it went through. Second free throw hits the front of the rim, rolls to the glass, and falls through. 22-15, 7-point lead with 1:08 to play in the first period. Adams gets it over to Rester, back to Adams. Adams back to Rester, inside to Singleton at the free throw, just outside the free throw line, and Cooper will have the ball go through her hands and out of bounds right in front of the Lady Pioneer bench. Clark will throw this in. She throws it into Vaught. Vaught will bring it back across the timeline, set up the offense. On the right side, we're going to have an offensive foul called. It'll be called against Sydney Standridge. Be the fourth team foul against the Lady Pioneers, and Standridge's second personal foul. Rooks gets set to check back into the ball game. It's going to be a battle of attrition here tonight. Loose ball picked up by Mid-South, and the shot up off the back of the rim, no good. Put back up and in. That ball was put back up and in by number 13. Now Standridge with the ball inside. She's going to put it up. It's no good, and it'll go out of bounds off of Massengale. That was Lula J that committed that foul on the other end, or put that basket in on the other end. Now Mid-South will just roll this in. Time won't start until she touches it. 14.2 seconds remaining. Nobody's going to come up and guard. She's going to let it roll all the way to midcourt. Now she'll pick it up just before it gets there. Call the play. Over to Cooper. Cooper has to shoot the ball, so they've got to get a shot up. Singleton gets it up, but it's not for three. It's a two. Vaught takes the inbound pass and cannot get a shot off. 22-19 at the end of the first period. We'll be right back. Here at the North Arkansas Pioneer Pavilion, we just want to let you know that baseball season's coming up, and NAC is going to get ready for their basketball season or baseball season. Get out here and check them out. The Pioneers will begin play as soon as it's possible. We always know that springtime brings sometimes it brings some weather that's not particularly Gressingale, King, Rooks, and George on the floor for the Lady Pioneers. Lulu J is on the floor she'll throw it in. She gets it into Rester. Also on the floor is Cooper, Singleton, and Adams for ASU Mid-South. Inside to Cooper. She puts up the shot. It's no good. Blanchard comes down with that rebound. She'll bring the ball back up center of the floor. Adams will pick her up over to Rooks. Rooks at the free throw line puts it up and in. 24-19. Both teams quickly score in this second period. We've got 9:26 to play before half. Rester with the basketball. She comes to the right, tries to hand it to Cooper, fumbles the ball away, and then she'll dribble around Keene, get the ball over to Singleton. She'll put up the shot, and it'll go underneath the rim. ASU Mid-South is playing tonight with only 7 players. Seems like the sickness bug has hit them. Clark will get set to come back in for the Lady Pioneers. George will cut towards the rim. Foul will be called before the shot attempt on the floor. It will be called against Mid-South. It'll be their first foul of this second period, and it'll be against Lula J. Keene will check out. Ball in the hands of Blanchard. Tries to get it down to Massengale. Massengale will have it go off of her hands and out of bounds. Keene's going to get some treatment. Coach Howard not happy with that. They didn't make a signal, and then all of a sudden they made a signal, but it was for ASU Mid-South. Rester comes across the timeline. Blanchard. Now the ball is fumbled by Cooper, guarded heavily by Clark. And now she'll lose the ball out of bounds. It will belong to the Lady Pioneers. 8:42 remaining in the first half, 24-19. Blanchard with the basketball. She'll bring it up the floor. Blanchard down the right side of the lane. She's going to put up a shot. It's no good. She gets her own rebound. Now she's going to be fouled. Oh, they're going to call a jump ball, but it will belong to the Lady Pioneers. And Clark will go out and throw this in. Massengill and George at the top of the post, at the high post. Now it'll come into Rooks. Rooks at the free throw line, down the lane, puts it up and in on the right side. Rooks with the basket. She'll push that score up 26-19. Blanchard at the midcourt line. She'll go over and she'll guard Adams. Now it'll go back from Rester to Adams. Adams will try to drive down. Ball will be knocked away, picked up by Clark. Clark will get it out to George. George puts it up on the left side. George is out of bounds when she grabbed the ball on the rebound. Excuse me. Adams will take the inbounds pass and bring it across the timeline. She'll be met there by Blanchard. Lula J puts that in from the right side. Clark with the basketball. She brings it back up off the inbound pass from Rooks. Around the right side of the lane, stops and puts up the shot. It's no good. George with the rebound, and now we've got a whistle. We'll see if this is another foul against. It is another foul against Mid-South. It'll be against Lula J. It's her second personal foul. Foul's starting to mount up now in this first half. Standards will check back in as she checks in for Massengill. Massengill comes to the bench. George's first free throw is up and rolls around the rim, falls through. She'll have one more shot, 27-21. And she makes it a 7-point ball game. Adams will bring this up. She'll get it over to Rester on the right side. Rester back to Adams on the far side. She'll fake a pass and get it to Rester. Rester puts up a three-point shot. Doesn't hit anything. Cooper comes down with it. Now Cooper puts up a shot. It's no good. Loose ball on the floor. Comes over to Rester. She's going to put up a short jumper. It's no good. Blanchard comes down with that rebound. Blanchard comes up the right side, back to the center. She'll set it up. Rooks looks at it from three. Now she'll get it over to Clark. Clark will put it up from three. Rebound will come down to Lula J. Back down to Rester. Rester puts it up, but Rooks will knock that away and block it. It'll go out of bounds off of the Lady Pioneers. Blanchard will guard the inbound from Rester. Rester gets it into Lula J. Back to Rester. Rester in the lane puts up a shot. It's no good. Rebound is to Rooks. Rooks will bring it back up the floor. Passes to Clark on the right side. She had Standridge. Didn't see her in time. Now she'll dribble and penetrate. And she tried to make a pass that there wasn't anybody there. Lula J on the other end will be blocked by Rooks. A whistle on the play. Looks like it's going to be a foul against Rooks, and it is. It'll be the first personal foul for Rooks and the first team foul in the second period. Keene will check back in as she checks in for Clark. Lula J puts up her first free throw. It's good. Checking back into the ball game. London Robinson gets set to check back in. Second free throw is up. It's good. She'll check in for Cooper. Blanchard will throw this in to Keene. Keene will bring it back up center of the floor. Rooks will break out to the left. George to the left. Standridge on the right. Puts it up, and she gets it over the rim, and it rolls around before falling through. 30-23, 6:13 remaining in the first half. North Arkansas Lady Pioneers lead. Blanchard all over Rester. Rooks with the steal. She's on her way to the rim. Puts it up and in on the right-hand side. She read the play, went out and got the ball, and took it all the way down the floor and put it up and in off the glass on the right side. Now the ball will come in to Robinson. She'll turn and put that up from about the free throw line. Score is 32-25, 5:37 to play in the first half. King gets it to George. Back to King. Blanchard now at the top of the key into Standridge. She's at the top of the free throw line. Over to George. George puts up a mid-range jumper. No good. Gets her. Well, she's fighting for her own rebound. Now we're going to have a jump ball, it looks like. And it's going to belong to ASU Mid-South. That tie-up left the Lady Pioneers without a score on that trip. Now Rester will bring it up the left side over to Adams. Adams picks up her dribble. Now she's got to do something. She gets it to Robinson, back out to Rester. Rester will get it over to Singleton in the left-hand corner. Now back into Robinson at the free throw line. Down low to Lulu J, and she'll put it up. Coach Howard calls timeout. Not happy with this team right there. The Lady Greyhounds have 2 fouls in the second period, and the Lady Pioneers have 1. Much cleaner second period than it was the first period. In the first, a lot of fouls called against both teams. Greyhounds in their huddle. They've got to feel good. Being down as many players as they are, they're only down 32-27. Coach Bobby Howard sends his team back out on the floor. It'll be Rooks, Standridge, George, Keene, and Blanchard. Keene throws this into Blanchard, and she'll get it right back to King. Keene will bring it up the center of the floor. She comes across the Pioneer symbol, goes to the right. Now she's going to dribble and penetrate all the way down, kicks it out to Blanchard. Blanchard buries a 3 from the left elbow. 35-27. 8-point lead now for the Lady Pioneers. Ball is thrown away but picked up by Rester. It was intended for Robinson. She'll put the shot up. It's no good. Rebounded by George. Out to Rooks. Rooks comes back up the floor. She'll stop and pull up her dribble. Tries to find Standridge under the goal and couldn't get it there. Coach Howard lets her know that that's not what he wanted to see, and she shakes her head. I understand. 4:13 remaining in the first half. 35-27. Lady Pioneers lead. And the Lady Greyhounds throw the ball away as it goes out of bounds on the far side at midcourt. Keene throws it into Blanchard in the backcourt and then back over to Keene in the front court. Now George in the high post on the left side. Keene's going to put up a 3-point shot from the elbow. Now she'll get the ball back over to Brooks. Brooks gets it inside to Standridge at the high post. Back out to Blanchard. Blanchard dribbles around over to Rooks. Now Rooks is going to lose her dribble. She'll get it into George. 5 to shoot. Standridge takes a 3. It's no good. Rebound comes down to Adams. Back down the floor to Lulu J. She puts it up and in. Standridge throws this into Keene, and Keene will bring it back up the floor. We've got 3:22 to play in this first half. Getting set to check back in will be Maya Fulton. Blanchard with the basketball, but she's going to be fouled. That foul will be on number 1, Zariah, or Z Adams, as she likes to be called. Fulton will check in. She'll check in for Standridge. Standards will come to the bench. Keene will throw this in. Keene left the game a while ago. It looks like she had some blood and had to get a bandage on that finger. Fulton underneath puts it up and in on the right side. Fulton catches that on the right side outside the lane, and she puts it up off the glass. It's good. 3 minutes to play in the first half. Rester with the ball. Back over to Adams. Keene went for the steal, and it looks like she's going to get a foul for her trouble. She does pick up a foul. It's the second team foul, her first foul in this ball game. Singleton will check back in, and she's going to check in for Adams. She will throw the ball inside. She'll throw it in the inbound pass into Robinson. Robinson with the basketball. She's guarded heavily by Blanchard. Blanchard comes up with the steal. She gets it over to Fulton. Around to Keene, who puts it up and in on the left-hand side. 39-29. Lady Pioneers have pushed this out to a 10-point lead with 2 minutes and 33 seconds remaining. Ball will go out of bounds. Blanchard went for the steal, and it'll go off of her fingertips. Lula J is going to throw this in. She gets it to Rester. Rester down at the three-point line will kick it over. Carry not called there. Now Rester into Robinson. Robinson back out to Rester. She puts up a three. It's going to wedge on the left side of the rim. No good. Then we've got a whistle, and it looks like Rooks is going to be called for a foul on the floor. Rooks will pick up that foul. It'll be the third team foul. Now both teams with 3 team fouls in the second period. And it'll be Rooks' second personal foul. Ball comes into Singleton. Singleton gets it around to Cooper. Cooper with the basketball into Robinson at the free throw line. Now we're going to have another foul. Fulton's going to go to the floor. As she was trying to get the ball from Robinson, and Fulton will pick up that foul. It'll be the 4th team foul against the Lady Pioneers. It'll be the first foul against Fulton in this ball game. Rester will get set to throw this in from the baseline. She's got the basketball. Robinson and Singleton break to the right. Ball comes into Singleton. She'll dribble back out to the top of the key. Gets the ball to Rester on a skip pass. Rester inside to Robinson. Back to Rester. She loses it. It'll go out of bounds. It's going to belong to Mid-South. Fulton went for the basketball, and it went out of bounds off of her hands. Ball in to Cooper. Cooper at the top of the key, back down to Robinson. She'll go down the left side of the lane, and she'll collect a foul there. She'll miss the shot. It'll be a foul on George, and Samantha George will pick up her first foul of this ball game. It'll be the 5th team foul against the Lady Pioneers. And Robinson, who was in the act of shooting, will be at the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws. First free throw's up off the front of the rim. No good. Hit the front and bounced away from the rim right away. Second free throw is on its way. Hits the front of the rim, rolls to the glass, and back off the front of the rim. Rooks comes down with the rebound. Out to Blanchard. Keely Blanchard will bring the ball up the right side of the floor. She's directing traffic, sends George over. Now she'll take a jumper just in front of the free throw line. George will try to save it, and they're going to say she was out of bounds. Looked like she might have gotten to that and got it thrown back in before it went before her foot touched, but they're going to say she was out. Cooper throws this into Rester. Coaches are directing traffic. They send Singleton to the right side of the floor. Cooper on the right side. Ball's knocked away, picked back up by Cooper. Over to Singleton, inside to Robinson. Robinson will kick it back out to Rester. Down to Lula J. Back out to Rester. She puts up a three. It's no good. Ball will go out of bounds, and it's going to belong to the Lady Pioneers. Rooks will check out of this ball game, and Kaylee Vaught will check back in. Keene will get set to throw this in. She'll throw it into Maya Fulton. Fulton will bring this back up the center of the floor, crossing over the Pioneer symbol. 1 minute to play in the first half. She's going to looks for Blanchard, cross court. She threw it a little too far, and even Blanchard couldn't jump up and get that. 55.4 seconds, and Cooper gets set to throw this in. She's going to throw it into Rester. Actually, she's going to roll it into Rester. Now Blanchard's going to come up and guard. Ball into Robinson just outside the lane in the high post. Fulton all over Rester. Cooper inside to Robinson. Back out to Rester. Rester will dribble in and shoot from 10 feet. No good. George comes down with the rebound. Now we've got a loose ball on the floor. A whistle. Foul's going to be called. She'll have 2 free throw attempts with 35 seconds to play in the first half. First free throw is up. Hits the front of the rim, rolls to the glass, falls off the right side. She's got her second attempt right here with 35 seconds. Down by 10, 39-29. And she'll make that second free throw. Keene will inbound this to Fulton. Fulton will bring it up. Shot clock and game clock are different by about 2 seconds. Fulton out to Blanchard. Blanchard dribbles back to the center of the floor. Over to Keene. Keene on the right center, and she'll get the ball to Vaught. Back to Keene. Now we're getting close to 10 seconds. 9 on the shot clock. They're going to call traveling against Keene. She's saying the ball was partially blocked by Mid-South. Mid-South's going to have 7.5 seconds. Shot clock is off. Now Blanchard comes up to make sure that she picks it up as it's rolled in. Cooper with the basketball around to Singleton. She puts up a three-point shot from the left side. It's no good at the half. 39-30 is your score. Lady Pioneers lead, and we'll be right back. We want to tell you that we've got a high school game to do tomorrow night, and we will announce that in the second half. And we will tell you that that'll be brought to you by Baxter Health, Dozier and Associates, Carolyn's Razorback Ribs, Old South Food Truck, best of the best in Marion County. Also, Twisted Sisters, being brought to you by Ott Family Farms, as well as Bank of 1889 and many, many more. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, sports fans, we're back here at the Pioneer Pavilion. The Lady Pioneers have come out and they've warmed up as much as they're going to be allowed to warm up. The ASU Lady Greyhounds have also finished their warm ups. We've got about 20 seconds before we get back into this. We will be in Flippin tomorrow night at the Billy Ply tournament as the Flippin Lady Bobcats and the Flippin Bobcats will be in action, and we will see who they will play. We don't know until the games are finished tonight, but we'll be there, and we'll probably have Coach Bobby Howard on the microphone a little bit tomorrow night. We'll try anyway. I will talk to him in between games and see what we can work out. We're ready to get this second half underway, as that buzzer means we've got 10 minutes for a third period and 10 minutes for the fourth period, and we're going to see some action. Standrich on the floor, George, Rooks, Keene, and Blanchard for the Lady Pioneers. They will have the ball first as Keene gets set to throw it in. Standrich breaks for the ball. Now over to Blanchard. Blanchard puts it up and in on the right side. Quickly, a 41 to 30 lead. It's an 11-point lead now for the Lady Pioneers. Robinson on the other end with the basketball. Almost traveled. Fans think she did. Now back over to Rester. Back to Robinson. Robinson just outside the paint. Puts up a shot from about 8 feet. It's good. Blanchard with the basketball. She'll bring it back up the center of the floor. Gets it over to Standridge. Standridge will get it to Rooks. Rooks at the top of the key will drive down the lane, and she'll put up the shot. It's no good. Rebounded by Mid-South. Back down the floor. Look, Coach Howard wants a double dribble. Based on the Mid-South coaches, it probably was a double dribble, but they're going to get the basket. Now Blanchard with the basketball. Out to Rooks. Rooks will get it over to Keene. Keene will drive all the way down and put it up and in on the left-hand side. I'm sorry, Blanchard. Blanchard puts that up and in on the left-hand side. 43-34. Cooper with the basketball. Back over to Rester. Rester looks inside, can't get it in there. Now it'll be Lulu G. Over to Robinson and up and in on the right side. Blanchard will pass this back to Keene, and she'll bring it up the floor. Keene on the left side, all the way to the basket, puts up the shot. It's off the rim, no good. Then it goes out of bounds off of Lula J, and it'll belong to the Lady Pioneers. Keene will check out of this game as Clark checks back in. Lady Pioneers are going to inbound this from the baseline. They'll be underneath their own goal. Clark will get set to throw this in. Standrich and George cross. Rooks goes to the free throw line. She gets the pass back over to Blanchard. Blanchard back out to Rooks. She'll put up a three-pointer from straight away, and she'll bury it. She buries that three-pointer. 8:04 remaining. 46-36 is your score. Lady Pioneers in control. Basketball over to Rester. Rester will dribble to the left side, get it inside to Robinson. She'll make the pass down to Lula J, and it'll go out of bounds. They're going to say it went out of bounds off of the Lady Pioneers, but that'll give the ball to Mid-South, and they'll throw it in from the baseline underneath their own goal. It'll be Robinson. Gets it into Rester. Now the ball will be stolen by Blanchard. Blanchard back down to the other end. She's going to put it up. It's no good. She might have been fouled. Now back on the other end, it'll be Lula J. She puts it up and in on the right side. 46-36 is your score. At least that's what's on the scoreboard. Rooks gets it out to Blanchard. Blanchard back to Rooks. Rooks puts up a three-pointer from the elbow on the left side. Rebound comes down to Blanchard. Over to Clark. Back to Blanchard. Now Blanchard will get it to George. George throws it down to Standrich. Robinson intercepts. Lula J with the basketball. Puts it up. It's no good. Rooks comes down with that rebound. Now she'll have to fight for the ball. Now they're loose ball on the floor. And we're going to have a jump ball. And it's going to favor Mid-South. Annabelle Massengale checks back in. She'll check in for Rooks. Robinson will go down to throw this in. She's got Rester and Singleton. Now she gets it into Cooper. She throws it right to George. George will pull up the dribble, get it over to Blanchard. Blanchard's got Clark on the far side of the floor, doesn't see her. Tries to get it into Standridge. Standridge gets knocked to the floor, no call. Now Robinson back down on the other end, gets it to Rester. Rester almost traveled again. She's going to back Blanchard down, fall on her, and Rester's going to put up a short jump. 46-38. Clark with the basketball on the right side of the floor. Now she'll go to the left. Gets it to Standridge. Standridge to Massengale, puts it up. It's too hard off the glass. It's no good. Outlook pass to Cooper's no good. It's stolen by Clark. Clark on the other end on the right side. Gets it down to Massengale. Turnaround jumper's good. She's going to make that turnaround jumper, push the lead back out to 10. Coach Howard is not happy, and he's going to let them know what he thinks they should have done. 48-38, 5:55 to play in the third quarter. No personal fouls for either team in this second half so far. Again, we'll be in Flippin, Arkansas tomorrow night, where Flippin will be playing. They're in the Billy Ply tournament that starts tonight, and we will find out who they're playing, but we won't find that out tonight in time to let you know. So we'll be there to cover the Bobcats tomorrow night. Earlier today on this floor, Southside B Branch and Raw played starting at 3:30, and Rogers handily defeated the Southside B Branch squad, and they move on in a non-conference matchup. Back on the floor, it'll be George, Standridge, Massengale, Blanchard, and Clark for the Lady Pioneers. Singleton will throw this in as she gets it into Rester. Rester's going to let it roll. She gets it up to across center court. Now she looks at Cooper. Cooper on the right-hand side. She'll hand the ball to Cooper. She went to the right. Rob had no good. Clark with the basketball after the Blanchard rebound. Down to Massengale. Massengale tries to throw it inside. Not sure if that was intended for George. Now Lula J is going to put up a shot. It's too hard off the glass. No good. Rebounded by Standridge. Clark with the basketball. Clark across the timeline on the right side. Maya Fulton gets set to check back in. Now we've got an offensive foul, it looks like. An offensive foul called against the Lady Pioneers. That call will go against Blanchard. Didn't even have the ball. They're going to call it illegal screen. Now Rester will take the inbound pass from Cooper. Come to the right side of the floor from the left. She'll hand it to Singleton, over to Robinson. Down to Cooper. It'll go out of bounds. They're going to say it was tipped by the Lady Pioneers, and the ball will belong to Mid-South. 48-38, 4:59 to play in the third period. Cooper will throw this in. She'll hand it to Rester just over the sideline. Rester will come out to the top of the key, get it around to Singleton. Back to Rester. Inside to Robinson at the high post. She'll put up the jumper, and she'll drain the bottom of the net. Clark will bring this up. She gets it to Maya Fulton. Fulton on the left side of the floor. Gets it to Massengale. She puts up a three-point shot that's no good. Saved by Blanchard. Stolen by the Lady Greyhounds and put it in the basket on the other end of the floor. Fulton again with the basketball on the left side. Fulton will get this ball over to Massengale, down in the corner to Blanchard. She's going to put up a three, and she'll bury the bottom of the ball in the net. Rester quickly back up the floor for the Lady Greyhounds, over to Robinson. Robinson's going to lose the ball, almost an over and back, but the official said it was tipped, so it wouldn't have been over and back anyway. Now Robinson in the low post. She'll have the ball stolen. She tried to pass it to Lula J. Now the loose ball. They're finally going to call a foul on the floor against the Lady Pioneers. Coach Howard is hot under the collar. Haven't seen the number that they put that up on, but I guess they're going to call it against Blanchard. But she already had one called against her, so I'm not sure who they called that on. Now we've got a discussion with the table and the officials. We'll see what this discussion's about. Coach Howard walks away mumbling, and the ref looks back at him. Foul was on number 2, Blanchard. It will be her second personal foul. Second team foul against the Coach Howard is warned by the official. Now Mid-South will throw this in from the baseline. Into Robinson from Rester, back to Rester, and back into Robinson in the low post. Rester behind the three-point line puts up a shot. It's no good. Rooks will come down with that rebound, and a quick whistle now is going to be called against Mid-South. This whistle will be called against Mid-South. It'll be called against number 23, Sage Singleton. It'll be her second foul of the ball game. Fulton with the basketball, tries to throw it into Standridge. It'll be stolen by Robinson. Cooper with the ball. She's going to lose it out of bounds, and it'll go right back to the Lady Pioneers. Fulton brings this up across the center of the floor. She'll pick up a screen, not use it. Vaught tried to give her the screen there. Now Rooks with the basketball. Vaught will get that ball after it was tipped away by Cooper. She'll take a jumper. It's no good. Cooper comes down with that long rebound in front of Standridge. Back down the floor is Rester. Rester will take the basketball, get it to Cooper in the middle of the floor. She'll get it back at the top of the key and tries to get it into Robinson, and Fulton will steal that as it was knocked away from Robinson. Over to Blanchard. Now Blanchard will pull it back out and set up the offense. Blanchard stands out on the Pioneer symbol. Rooks on the right elbow with the basketball. She's going to dribble, gets it to number 1 inside to Standridge. Standridge goes up with the basketball. It's no good. Fulton goes up with the shot as well. Now the ball with Lula J. She goes up, puts the shot up, and foul is going to be called against the Pioneers. Foul will be called against Fulton, and that will be her second personal, third team foul in the second half. 2:18 remaining in the third period. 51-42 is your score. Lady Pioneers lead. Rather sloppy third quarter here. Free throw is up and in by Lula J. She's got one more free throw, and here it is. It'll rim out as it hits the back and to the front. Rebound will come down to Standridge, and it'll go over to Vaught. Vaught loses the ball, and it'll be picked up by Lula J. Lula J on the other end gets it to Rester. Rester puts it up. It's no good. Cooper with the basketball. Cooper puts up the shot. It's no good. Blanchard comes down with that rebound. Now Blanchard back up the floor, guarded by Rester all the way. All the way down in the lane, puts up the shot. It's no good. It hits the bottom of the rebound, bottom of the glass. Singleton on the other end puts up the shot. It's too hard, and it'll go back up with Robinson, and Robinson will put up and in. 51-45 is your score. Sloppy play continues here, and it favors Mid-South. Rooks with a three-point shot from the left elbow, and she'll bury that. She'll bury that and stop the bleeding for the Pioneers. 54-45. Rester will bring this up the floor. 1:18 to play in the third quarter. Ball will be stolen by Blanchard. Blanchard has a 4-on-1, 4-on-2 now. They're going to call traveling against Fulton. Fulton's going to get called, Fulton's going to get called for traveling. She'll come out of the game, and Clark will come back in. Mid-South will inbound this on the baseline. And Rester will bring this up. Adams took the inbounds pass, got it right back to Rester. Now over to Adams. Back to Rester. Rester will get it to Singleton. Singleton tries to throw it inside, and it'll be knocked away and stolen. It was knocked away by Standridge and stolen by Blanchard. Then a foul's called, and it'll be called against Singleton. She'll pick up her third personal foul. Vaught will take the inbound pass and bring it back up the floor from Clark. Inside to Standridge. She takes her eyes off the ball, and they go to the floor. They're going to call a jump ball, and it will favor the Lady Pioneers this time. She took her eyes off the ball there, looked at where she wanted to go, and that's when the ball went off of her fingertips. Vaught will throw this in from the baseline underneath their own goal. Over to Clark. Clark will get a screen inside the lane, kicks it out over to Vaught. Over to Blanchard, who buries a three from the three-point line straight away. 57-45, under 30 seconds to play. Rester. She'll have her pass stolen by Blanchard. Over to Clark. Clark will bring this up the left side. Shot clock is off. 13 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Pioneers going to hold for the last shot. Now Blanchard with the ball puts up a three-point shot. It's no good. Apparently they're going to call traveling on Blanchard. 4.2 seconds remaining. Coach Howard says, don't foul. Half-court shot is no good. It's off the mark. And the Lady Pioneers will lead after 3 periods of play, 57-45. We'll be right back. Here we've got 10 minutes to play in this ball game. Looks like the Lady Greyhounds are going to have the ball on the floor for the Lady Pioneers. It'll be Blanchard. It'll be Vaught, Clark, Rooks, and Standridge. Rester will get set to throw this in. She kicks it into the backcourt to Adams. Adams brings it across. They'll set up the offense. Over to Rester on the left side. Vaught was going to go for that steal if she tried to make that pass. Now she went for the steal. The pass was complete. Over to Singleton, back to Rester. Now we've got a whistle. Looks like we're going to have an offensive foul. This time it'll be against number 32, Sondrea Woods. Be the first team foul in this fourth quarter, and the first foul against Woods. Singleton down to, or Standridge down to Blanchard. Blanchard puts up shot. She's not going to make it, but she's fouled. She's going to the free throw line. That foul will be against Adams. It'll be her fourth personal. Blanchard will be at the line to shoot 2 free throws. First free throw is up. It's going to roll around every part of that rim and pop out. She'll have one more shot right here. North Ark leads 57-45. Second shot is up and in. Checking back in will be Lula J. She'll check in for – she's going to check in for Adams. Adams will take a seat on the bench. Rester will take that pass from Woods. Woods with the basketball over to Robinson. Now Robinson will be double teamed. Ball comes down to Lula J. Knocked away by Vaught. Saved the ball from going up for a shot on Woods as it's tipped out of bounds. 9-19 to play in the ball game. 58-45. Robinson to throw it in. Robinson gets it in, but Rooks steals it. Rooks will steal the basketball. Outlet pass to Vaught. Over to Clark. Clark's going to put up a three-point shot, and she's going to drain the bottom of the bucket. 61-45. Lady Pioneers are pushing this lead out. Blanchard all over Rester. Now Vaught gives help. Clark all over Robinson. Ball's going to be tipped, but into the backcourt, and now it's going to belong to Mid-South. But it looked like, well, it doesn't matter what it looked like. The official signaled Mid-South, and there wasn't any argument from Coach Howard. Singleton with the basketball. She'll get it back to Rester over Blanchard. Now Blanchard sees the ball go inside to Lula J. She puts it up and in. 61-47. Blanchard with the pass. Back out to Clark. Clark dribbling at the top of the key. She'll get it over to Blanchard on the right elbow. Blanchard tries to dribble inside. She'll go around Clark, and the foul's going to be called. Foul is called against Mid-South. It'll be against number 3, Rester. That'll be her first foul, but more importantly, it'll be the second team foul. Blanchard takes the inbounds pass from Standridge. She tries to get it right back to Standridge. It'll go out of bounds off her hand, and it'll belong to Mid-South. Singleton will throw this into Rester. Blanchard will come up and cover Rester at midcourt. Rester hands it to Singleton. Now she'll be guarded tightly. Blanchard with the steal. Blanchard on the other end. She's going to put it up, count the basket, and she's going to the free throw line to shoot free throws. Believe that's going to be on number 33, but we'll see. They call it on 23, Singleton. It'll be her fourth personal foul. Cooper will check back in. So now there's two players with 4 fouls. It'll be Singleton and Adams, both with 4 fouls for the Mid-South. Free throw is good by Blanchard, rattled home. That hit the front of the rim, bounced to the glass, and back to the front and falls through. On the other end, Rester. So Woods, it'll be blocked by Standridge, but they're going to call a foul. It's going to be a 2-shot foul. That was a big block, and they're going to say it was on number 1, Vaught. It'll be her second personal foul, first team foul in this fourth quarter for the Lady Pioneers. So Andrea Woods at the line to shoot 2 free throws. Woods' first free throw rolls around the inside of the rim and falls through the net. 64-48, 7:49 to play in this ball game. Second free throw is up, and it's going to hit the front of the rim and crawl over and go through the bottom of the net. 64-49, Vaught with the basketball. Clark with the basketball. She's got Blanchard out in the center of the floor. Now Vaught on this far side, inside to Standridge, out to Vaught. Vaught dribbles back around, gets it to Clark. Clark will dribble inside into the high post, back out to Vaught. Vaught with the basketball, 3 to shoot. Clark's going to put it up. It's no good. Shot clock violation, but the rebound came down to Mid-South anyway. Ball will be knocked away by Blanchard and out of bounds. It'll belong to Mid-South. Checking back in will be Adams. She'll check in for Woods, and she's got 4 fouls and 7:12 to play in this ball game. 64-49. Ball comes into Cooper. Rester. Robinson now with the ball in the low post. She backs in. Offensive foul called on her. She commits the foul against Standridge as she's backing in and pushes off. It'll be her third personal foul, so the fouls are really mounting up for Mid-South. Vaught will bring this back up to right side of the floor. She's at the right elbow, and she's going to get it down to Rooks. Rooks in the low post, puts up the shot. It'll be blocked out of bounds and belong to the Lady Pioneers underneath their own goal. 19 seconds on the shot clock. Fulton gets this in. She gets it into Clark. Now Clark will dribble, and she'll lose it out of bounds. She loses that out of bounds with 6:49 to play. 64-49 is your score. Ball is thrown into Adams. Adams will bring it up the right side. She gets the ball over to Robinson, back to Rester. Now Rester with the basketball. Double teamed over to Adams. Adams will get it back to Rester. Inside to Robinson. Robinson's going to go up on Rooks. Missed the shot. Rooks got a piece of that. Now Blanchard on Rester. Standridge. Rester shoots over Standridge. Cooper gets the basketball on the rebound. She puts it up and in. 64-51. 13-point lead for the Lady Pioneers. Vaught with the ball over to Clark. Clark will stand at the top of the three-point line, and then she'll throw a pass over to Vaught, and it'll go out of bounds as it goes behind Vaught. Keene and George will check back in as they check in for Clark and Vaught for the Lady Pioneers. Mid-South will throw this basketball in. Blanchard on Rester. Now they're going to double team Rooks and Blanchard. Rooks is going to make this steal as the pass was intended for Robinson, and she'll get the steal, get it over to Blanchard. Now Blanchard back across the timeline. George is going to attempted to set a screen. It would have been a moving screen if she had set it. Now out to Blanchard, who puts up a three. It's off the front of the rim. No good. Standridge gets hit. No calls. Steal on the other end will go to Blanchard. Back to Rooks. Rooks gets it to George at the free throw line. Now to Rooks. She jumps back and puts up a three-pointer that's good. 67-51. We got a timeout on the floor. We'll take this timeout and let you know we've got 5:19 to play. 67-51. Lady Pioneers lead. We're going to get this fourth period back under play. 5:19 to play in the ball game. North Arkansas College leads 67-51 over Arkansas State Mid-South. Mid-South will inbound from their own baseline, or from the baseline on underneath the Pioneers basketball goal. Standridge, Rooks, George, Fulton, and Keene on the floor. Cooper with the ball. She tries to get it into Lulu J. Standridge with the steal. Standridge will get it over to Keene. Now Keene will bring it back up the right side. Quick pass to Rooks. Rooks will get in the lane, stop, and put up a shot. It's good. 6-footer is good for Rooks. 69-51. Under 5 to play. Adams with the basketball over to Cooper. Cooper into Robinson. Robinson in the high post, goes all the way to the rim. She's not going to make that. Standridge gets the rebound. Out to Keene. Keene's going to dribble all the way down inside the three-point line, kick it out to Rooks. Rooks is going to put up a three that's no good. Rebound to Robinson, and Mid-South will bring it back up the floor. Robinson right down the lane, puts up a floater. It's no good. They're going to say she was fouled. And they're going to say it's a two-shot foul. She's going to the free throw line. I thought they were going to call that on the floor. Looked like the signal for it anyway. Massengale gets set to check back in for the Lady Pioneers. She's going to check in for Standridge. Standridge picked up her third personal foul there. Second team foul for the Lady Pioneers in this fourth period. Robinson at the line to shoot two. First free throw's up and in. She'll have one more. 4:22 to play in this ball game. North Arkansas's got it in control, but they've got to finish it out. Second free throw's good. Massengale throws that into Keene. Keene will dribble up the floor, guarded by Cooper very tightly. Out to Massengale. Over to Rooks. Rooks with the basketball. Massengale dribbles inside, kicks it out to Fulton. Fulton dribbles inside. She'll kick it out to Keene. Over to Rooks. Rooks looked at a three. Now she'll dribble and try to penetrate. Gets it to George. George down the lane, puts it up. It's off the rim. No good. Robinson with the basketball. Massengale's going to get called for the foul right here. She gets called for the foul. That's her first foul of this ball game. Now Rester gets the ball over to Adams. Kicked ball is going to be called against Rooks, and they'll have the Mid-South will have to inbound this one more time. 3:44 to play. 69-53 is your score. Robinson gets ready to throw this in with only 7 players. The Mid-South team is very, very wore out. Rooks will get called for that foul. It'll be the fourth team foul. Now both teams have 4 team fouls in this fourth period, and that'll be Rooks' third personal foul. Nobody on the Lady Pioneers has more than 3. Adams has 4. She puts up a three-pointer that's no good. Rooks comes down with that rebound, and she'll bring the ball back up the left side of the floor. Comes to the center. Now back to the right. Stops and pulls back out. Over to Fulton on the right elbow. Fulton will dribble and penetrate. She puts up the shot. It's no good. Robinson comes down with the rebound. Foul's going to be called. It looks like it's going to be called on number 11, Fulton. It is. It's her third personal foul. And it's the 5th team foul against the Lady Pioneers. And that'll send Mid-South to the free throw line. Fulton will check out, and Blanchard checks back in. Robinson's at the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws. Her first free throw will be up and through the bottom of the net. 3:16 to play. 69-54. Cooper will come up and let Adams come off of the line. Robinson gets her second free throw right here. And she'll bury that. Keene gets set to throw this in. She'll get it into Massengale. Massengale gets it over to George in the center of the floor. George gets it back to Massengale. Massengale will dribble to the left side. She'll get it to Keene, and Keene will travel with it, or at least that's the call. And Mid-South will inbound on the far side of the floor. Rester takes the ball. Blanchard guards Adams. Adams to Cooper. Back to Adams. Blanchard tips it away. Initially, it'll get back to Rester. She'll put up a shot. It's no good off the inside of the rim. Blanchard with the rebound. She'll bring it back up the right side of the floor. She comes across, and Rester's all over her. She picks up her dribble, gets it to Massengale. Massengale over to Keene. Keene all the way to the rim. She puts it up, and she's going to be called, or She's going to pick up the foul. She's going to free throw line. Both teams now in the bonus. That foul was on number 1, and Adams is fouled out of this game. She's fouled out of this game with 2 minutes and 35 seconds to play. And coming back in will be Singleton. And Singleton has 4 fouls as well. Only player available as Keene makes that first free throw is Sondrea Woods on the bench. 15-point lead. She can make it 16 with a make here. Hits front of the rim, rolls off the glass on the left-hand side. Robinson back up the floor with the basketball. She's double guarded or double teamed by Blanchard and Keene. Blanchard's going to pick up the foul, and that'll send Robinson to the free throw line. She's been pretty automatic all night from there. On the lane will be Lula J on the right side. Sorry, on the left side. Robinson misses that first free throw. She's been pretty much automatic there tonight. Singleton on the left side of the lane, and she has 4 fouls, so she has to be careful on this rebound. Ball goes through the bottom of the net, and it'll make it 70-56, 14-point lead. Massengale up the left side of the floor. She'll get the ball over to Blanchard. Blanchard will pull it back out and dribble. She gets down just outside the lane. She gets it back to Massengale, over to Blanchard. Now Blanchard's going to dribble around inside the extended lane. She'll get the ball over to Keene, and Keene gets it to Rooks. Now Rooks will get it back to Blanchard. Blanchard's going to put up a deep 3. It's going to be off the mark, but George is going to come down with the rebound. Rooks with the basketball. Massengale. It's going to be a huge argument here because that ball was out of bounds off of Mid-South. One official is going to overturn the call, and they're going to give it back to the Lady Pioneers. Lady Pioneers are going to inbound this in front of their own bench. Standrich is going to come back in. She'll come in for Massengale. Standrich will be down low. Then she'll switch places with George. George will take the ball, get it across court to Rooks. Rooks looks inside. She gets it to George. George is going to get it over to Standrich. Standrich is going to – looks like she's going to commit the foul, but it's a player control foul, so it's not going to count against her, nor will it send anybody to the free throw line. Singleton gets this into Rester. Now Blanchard, who came up to make sure she took the pass. Inside, it goes to Robinson. Standrich gets the ball as it's tipped off of Robinson's hands. Ball was too hard of a pass. Now Blanchard with the basketball. She'll come to the right elbow, looks inside, can't get it to anybody, gets it to Standrich at the top of the key. Standrich gets it to Rooks, now over to Keene. Keene's going to be fouled. This will be on Cooper. Number 5, Cooper, is going to pick up her second personal foul of this ball game. And that'll send Keene to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws. Blanchard will come back to midcourt to play defense on any rebound. It's off the front of the rim. Lady Pioneers appear to be tiring as these shots are going off the front of the rim now. Now her second shot is up, and it's over the front of the rim and through. 71-56 is your score when they decide to change it. 1 minute and 10 seconds to play. Ball's tipped away from Robinson and out of bounds off of Blanchard. They still haven't changed the score, but they had 70 to start with. So it should be 71-56. Rester trying to throw this in. 5-second call. She didn't get it in time. She didn't get it in time. Now Keene will throw this in for the Lady Pioneers. She'll get it into George. Back to Keene. She's got Blanchard over here on the right-hand side. She comes across timeline, gets it to Rooks. Rooks now under a minute to play. Has the ball knocked away. Rester, Lula J, rather, is going to come up with it. She gets down into the high post over to Sondrea Woods. Back out to Robinson. Robinson outside the three-point line. Tries to dribble and penetrate. Rooks is going to make her change. Foul's going to be called against Rooks. That'll be number 4 on Rooks. They finally changed the score. It's 71-56. And Robinson will be at the line to shoot 2 free throws. Rooks will take a seat on the bench. Clark will be back into the game for her. Couldn't see the number, so I had to look at the bench to see who was on the bench. First free throw is up and good. Robinson will have one more. She's been fairly consistent at the line tonight. She's only missed 2. Here's her second. And she'll get that to roll around and off the back of the glass. No good. Standards come down with the rebound over to Keene. Keene will bring it back up the floor. Keene is guarded by Cooper. Over to Clark. Standridge. Standridge is going to get called for traveling. She drugged the pivot foot. She looked for a pass to the right side, and now Cooper's going to come over and throw this in to Rester. She'll roll it. Blanchard's going to come up and make her pick it up. Ball over to Woods. Woods will put up a three-point shot off the iron. No good. Shot clock is off. 18 seconds to play in the game. 71-57. Lady Pioneers are going to win this ball game. We'll have the final score as soon as it comes final. Blanchard with the basketball. She's guarded by Rester. 2 seconds. And there's your ball game. 71-57 is your final score. We will be back in a few moments. Wrap this game up by saying North Ark started with the lead and never trailed in this ball game. They took a 2-0 lead. After one period of play, it was 22-19. After the second period, at the half, it was 39-30, and they pushed the lead out to 12. And after 3 periods of play, 57-45, win the ball game 71-57, and that'll be a big conference way. That's a good way to open up conference play. 71-57, the Lady Pioneers lead or win this ball game here tonight at the Pioneer Pavilion. I'm Robert Lyons, and you're listening to the Pioneer Network from the Pioneer Pavilion. back here tonight. We're going to start this men's matchup now. Having to pull a little double duty here tonight. Tip is going to be knocked way back in the backcourt for Mid-South. They're going to take over on possession first. They'll get the ball to the high post, down around into the lower in the right corner. Now we're going to have a shot. Rebound will come down to number 13, Nicholas Huff. Huff with the basketball inside the paint. He'll have it knocked away. Pick it back up. Now he's going to get the ball to number 23, Jackson Berry. Ball will go out of bounds. It'll belong to Mid-South. Trying to catch my breath from running up them stairs. I ain't as young as I used to be. Mid-South's numbers are very hard to read as it's black on black. So we'll see if we can get these right for you. Mid-South back on the offensive end in the front court. Blocked by Huff. Ball comes down to Mid-South. Now a three-point shot from the left side. This will come down to there was a foul that was missed there. A push by number 2, Nikhalen Starks. He gets away with that push. No score. 18:40 to play in the first half. There's your first basket by by Arkansas State, Mid-South. Now the Pioneers will bring the ball up the floor. Excuse me. Ball in the hand of number 30, David Johnson. He'll get it around to number 5, Isaac Porter. Porter will get it to number 23, Jackson Berry, and he'll put it up and in on the left-hand side. Mid-South, will bring that ball back up the floor at the left elbow. Now inside a penetration. Shot will come down to David Johnson. He'll get the ball down to Isaac Porter. Porter will get it to Jackson Berry. Berry gets it out to number 30 and back over to number 2. He throws it inside. He'll throw it right to the Mid-South player. Now, number 2 steals it, puts up the shot. It's no good. Starks will miss that from the right side of the goal. Blocked there by number 5, Isaac Porter. Porter gets that one down. Now he's going to get the shot at the other end. Gets rewarded. Then he'll travel with the basketball. It'll be a turnover back to the Greyhounds. Samuel Chapin will take a seat on the bench. Ball on the other end of the floor. It's going to be blocked. A big block there by Nicholas Huff. He blocked that at point-blank range. Johnson with the basketball on the other end of the floor. He's out near the Pioneers, where it says Pioneers on the floor. Back to midcourt. Now he's going to be fouled. Foul will be against number 10, Hugh McFarland. It'll be inbounded from right in front of the Greyhounds bench. Looks like Starks is going to go and take this ball, throw it in. He gets it into number 13, and it's a turnaround jumper on the left-hand side. It's good for Nicholas Huff. 4-2, North Arkansas leads, 16:40 to play in the first half. On the other end, Mid-South trying to dribble and penetrate. Starks all over the offensive player. Floater, no good. Rebound to Huff. Out to Starks. Starks will get it over to Johnson. Johnson looks inside, can't get it there. Now he gets it back to Huff. Huff is out at center court. Gets it to Starks. Starks will have it punched away, and the two players are battling there, both of them pushing each other, and they finally call a foul, but it'll be called against number 10, Hugh McFarland. That'll be his second personal foul. He's got both fouls in this ball game tonight. Johnson gets set to throw this in. He'll throw it into Starks. McFarland will take a seat on the bench with two quick fouls in this first period. Starks will bring it up the floor. Starks comes across the timeline, and he's going to set up the offense. Tries to get it inside number 5, Porter, and the ball is kicked by Mid-South. Starks gets set to throw this in. Looks for Huff. He finds him. Gets the ball around to number 23, Barry. Back to Huff. Now Huff dribbles, penetrates, spins, and gets the ball back to Barry. Over to Starks. Starks outside the right elbow. He'll dribble into the high post. Back to Barry, who puts up a three-point shot that's no good. Shot on the other end by Mid-South is good for 3. That'll put them back out in the lead 5-4 with 15:20 to play in the first half. Huff with the basketball. Porter gets it over to Starks, and Starks will. Looks like Starks is going to be called for the foul. It'll be his first foul of the game that's been called. They actually call that on number 30, David Johnson. And he'll pick up his first foul of the game. Substitutions come in. Trey Pulford, number 4, in the game. Drew Akins in for the Pioneers as well. He plays defense. Barry goes up for the rebound, can't get it. Then the block is going to come from number 15, Levontravian Lowe. Lowe gets that block from inside. Ball goes out of bounds, and it'll be Mid-South inbounding from the baseline. Mid-South throws this away as it goes right into the lap of the president of the university. Johnson gets set to throw this in. He's got Akins. Akins takes the inbound pass. Now he'll bring the ball up as he gets across the timeline. On the left elbow, he's looking for somebody to pass it to. Gets it to Barry. Barry at the top of the key. Drives down in the lane. Puts it up and in. Underneath on the left-hand side, 6-5, North Ark leads. The bench erupts, letting him know that they appreciate what he did and all the effort. Akins Akins gets tangled up, can't get there, but the ball goes out of bounds after the block underneath. Mid-South now with the ball inside. Back outside, three-point shot up. That three-pointer is good by number 4, Santana Spivey. Johnson back on the other end with the basketball. Gets a screen from Barry. Looks for somebody to get it to. Pulford now with the ball. Trey Pulford tries to dribble and penetrate. Gets it back to Barry. Barry puts up a three-point shot off the back of the iron. It's no good. Akins knocks it away. Gets it back to number 15, Lowe, and he puts it up and in. 8-8 is your score. Ball inside. Now it comes back outside. Hard play. They're letting them play here tonight. Basket's going to count, and there's going to be a foul. Basket counts. It'll be an and one attempt here. Fouls on number 23, Jackson Barry. He'll come out of the game now. Checking into the game will be Gustavo Escamilla. Free throw's good. Pushes the lead out to 11-10 or 11-8. Johnson takes the inbound pass. He'll get around the defender, get up to about midcourt, but right before he gets there, he gets the ball back to Akins in the backcourt. Now, Gustavo gets down inside, puts up the shot. It's no good. Lowe gets it back, gets the rebound, and puts it back up. It's no good. Now Pulford on defense. Shot goes up. It's no good. And I would be willing to bet you, they're going to call that on Lowe. I thought they'd call that on Pulford. Lowe will pick up his first foul. That's the third team foul against the Pioneers. Second team, there's two team fouls against Mid-South. 11-8 is the lead by Mid-South. It's a cold night here in Harrison, Arkansas. He's going to miss that first free throw. He'll have one more. Checking back into the game will be Isaac Porter as he checks in for the Pioneers and checks in for David Johnson. 28 degrees outside right now, but it's heating up inside. Second free throw is up and in. It's good. Akins with the inbound pass. He takes it from Gustavo. Gustavo back down the floor. Akins is going to lose the ball. The referee's going to say it went out of bounds off of him. He thought it went out of bounds off of Mid-South, and it did not. Jermaine Christopher with the basketball. Lowe went out for that steal. Couldn't get it. Now we're going to have an offensive foul. Porter got fouled on that play. The foul's against C.J. Washington. It'll be his first foul of the game, and he'll check out. He'll take a break and take a seat on the bench. Akins with the basketball. He'll be guarded by Christopher. Akins picks up his dribble. Now he's got to figure out where to get the ball to. He gets it to Gustavo. Gustavo gets down, puts up the shot. It's no good, but he's going to the free throw line to shoot two free throws. Foul will be called against number 5, Jackson Yancey. It'll be his first foul, team's fourth foul. And getting set to check in will be Kalen Cannon for the Pioneers. Gustavo's first free throw is off the back of the iron. No good. Lowe will check out. Samuel Chapin checks back in as he checks in for Yancey. Gustavo makes the second free throw. And the score is 12-9 with 12:20 to play in the first half. Chapin with the basketball. He'll get it back to Christopher. Now Christopher will set up the offense. He gets a screen over to Chapin. Chapin in the right-hand corner gets it back to Christopher. Christopher will get it back to Chapin. Looks at a three, fakes it, and gets it back to Christopher. Christopher will take the shot. It's no good. Rebounded by Akins. Akins back up the floor. Gets it down to Gustavo. Gustavo dribbles down across court. It goes to Lowe. Porter. Inside to Gustavo. And he'll put up the shot. He's not going to make it, but he'll go to the free throw line to shoot two free throws. That foul's on Chapin. It'll be the fifth team foul and the first personal foul for Chapin. Gustavo takes the inbound pass, gets it over to number 5, Porter. Porter dribbles and penetrates, puts up a shot. It's no good. No foul called. Players hit the floor. They're letting them play very aggressive here tonight. Christopher with the ball. Gets it out in the right-hand corner, puts up a shot. It's no good. Akins comes down with the rebound. Outlet pass to Pulford. Pulford will stop, pass it across floor. Gustavo's going to go down. No call on the play, but he went down hard. Shot's good by Porter, and we're all tied up at 12. Jackson with the basketball, gets it to Christopher. Christopher will get it over to number 20, Wallace. Over in the corner, the shot goes up from Mid-South. It's no good. Akins will come down with the ball. He gets across the timeline, guarded by Christopher. Porter with the basketball. Now Porter will pick up his dribble, get it out to Gustavo. Gustavo will get it back over to Akins. Akins on the right-hand side picks up his dribble. Now he's going to throw it across court to Porter. Porter's going to dribble and try to penetrate. Picks up his dribble over to Pulford. Pulford puts up a three. It's no good. Whistle on the play. Means there's going to be a foul. This foul's on number 4, Spivey, and it'll be his first foul of the game. 16th foul in this first half. Pulford is the line to shoot 3. First one's good. He's shooting 3 because he was behind the three-point line when he took that shot. He has 2 more. Second one's up, and it's in. Made both of the first 2. Stoffo checks out. Cannon checks out, and checking back in will be number 13, Huff, and number 23, Barry. Pulford with his third final free throw. He makes that, and he'll push the lead out to 3 for the Pioneers. Pioneers try to trap on that far corner, far side of the floor. Now the Mid-South will try and kickstart this offense. Shot goes up. It's no good. The fight for the rebound will go out of bounds, and it'll belong to the Pioneers. Porter was there for that, trying to get that rebound. We got a timeout on the floor for Mid-South. We'll take this timeout at 9:59 with the Pioneers leading 15-12. We're going to get this play started back up. Pulford's going to go and throw this in. He's going to have Akins, and he's also going to have Porter. Gets the ball into Akins. Akins will bring the ball up on the right-hand side, gets across the timeline, slows things down a little. Now out on the right elbow, he's going to dribble and penetrate, kicks it over to Porter. He puts up a three-point shot and drains the bottom of the bucket. 18-12, a 6-point lead now. Largest lead for the Pioneers all in this game. Mid-South looks to try to get their offense kick-started. Wallace almost travels with the basketball. There's no call. Now Chapin gets it inside. Back out to Wallace. Wallace dribbles, penetrates, puts up the shot. It's no good. It'll be rebounded by Huff. Huff to Pulford to Barry. Barry's going to put that shot up and in. They're going to call a foul. The basket's going to count, and he's going to free throw line to shoot 1 free throw. Foul was on number 11, Braylon Frazier. Barry at the line to shoot 1 free throw. Johnson and Starks will check back in. They'll check in for Akins and Pulford. 9 minutes, 7 seconds remaining in the first half. 20-12 is your score. Pioneers lead. Free throw by Barry's up and in. Pushes it out to a 21-12 lead. And Chapin will get set to throw this in. He gets the ball inbounds to Frazier. Frazier gets it back across the court to Chapin. Chapin gets it back to Frazier, and they get it across the timeline to try and set their offense up. Foul's going to be called against Starks. Be the 4th team foul against the Pioneers. It'll be Starks' first foul. Frazier takes the inbound. Now down into the corner. Inside, the shot goes up hard off the glass, but catches the right part of the rim. And now Johnson will bring this ball up the floor. Huff threw it into him, and now Johnson back on the other end on the left elbow. Johnson with the basketball out near midcourt. He'll dribble to the right side on the right elbow, gets it to Huff. Huff will try to dribble and penetrate, kicks it out to Starks. Starks back to Huff. He puts up the shot. It's blocked. Mid-South comes up with that loose ball. Back down the floor. Frazier in the lane, puts up the shot. It's no good off the front of the rim. Johnson comes out of there in a hurry. Johnson pulls up and gets it to Berry. Berry will lose the ball. Chapin picks it up. Frazier with the basketball now. He'll cross the timeline and reset the offense. Slows things down just a little. Huff guards the ball. Porter now on the ball. Starks. Chapin with the basketball. He's going to get it around to the right elbow. Shot goes up off the dribble and penetration. Foul's going to be called. No free throws on this one. It'll be called against number 23, Jackson Berry, and that will be his second personal foul. Was not in the act of shooting. It was on the floor. Inbound in the right corner, puts up the shot. It's good. That's number 5, Jackson Yancey with the three-point basket. Makes it a 21-17 game. Now Starks with the basketball, gets a screen from Berry. Looks to get the ball back to Berry. Now he gets it over to Porter. Porter gets it back out to Johnson. Now Johnson with 7:15 to play in the first half gets it over to Starks. Starks inside the lane. Tries to hit Huff, and the ball goes out of bounds off of the Pioneers. Got a timeout on the floor. We'll take this 30-second timeout and be right back. We're back here. We're going to get this started. Mid-South will inbound from the underneath Pioneers goal. Ball comes in. Now Chapin with the ball. He's going to get it all the way down the floor to number 2, Washington. Washington to get it back out to Frazier. Frazier will be guarded by Starks. Chapin with the ball. Gets it down inside, just outside the lane on the left-hand side. Shots up. It's no good. Partially blocked by Huff. Over to Berry on the rebound. Berry will get the ball back from Starks on the other end. Put up the shot. It's no good. Him and Chapin go at it. We've got a whistle, but I think this is just going to be out of bounds. Berry a little slow to get up. They're going to say it's an inbound. There is a foul. It's on Chapin. It'll be his second foul, 8th team foul for the Greyhounds. They're going to get Chapin out of there with his second personal foul. Ivy will check in for him. At the free throw line, it'll be Jackson Berry shooting 2. Actually, he was shooting the 1-and-1. He makes the front end, so he earns the second shot. 22-17, 6:39 to play. And make that 23-17, 6:39 to play. Frazier with the basketball. Tells everybody to get down the floor. He's going to bring it up. He's guarded by Starks. Porter stands in the middle of the floor. The ball's going to go out of bounds, and it'll belong to the Greyhounds. Greyhounds, Frazier gets it inbounds. They'll pass the ball off. Now Barry on the ball. Starks goes over, gives a hand, and they kick it back out. Ball in the hands of number 5, Yancey. He puts it up from the left elbow, and it's good. He cuts the lead to 23-20 with just at 6 minutes to play in the first half. Johnson with the basketball. Gets it over to Barry by way of bouncing off of another player. Now Frazier with the basketball brings it back up on the right side off the steal. Looks inside, can't get it there. He'll get the ball to number 15, Tucker. Tucker will get it back to Yancey. He'll put up a three-point shot that's no good. Ball will be saved by Starks. Into the hands of Johnson. Johnson back down the floor. Finds Huff. Now Huff is going to try to dribble and penetrate. Puts up the shot. It's no good. Barry's going to fight for the rebound, and he'll dribble it off the baseline. Greyhounds with the basketball. They can cut the lead to 1 or tie it with a 3. Yancey gets it back to Frazier. Frazier on the left-hand side will get it down in the left corner. Back to Frazier inside the paint. He'll get it back out to Frazier. He puts up a three-point shot off the front of the iron. No good. Yancey with a three-point try from the right elbow. It's no good. Goes out of bounds on the rebound off the rim. Starks gets set to throw this in. He's got Johnson in the backcourt. Johnson will take the inbound pass and bring the ball up. Got Porter on this left side. Now Starks will come over to the left, and Porter goes to the right. Porter in the center of the floor. Porter will dribble around and try to penetrate. Gets up the shot. It's no good. He gets his own rebound, puts up the shot again. Now they're going to call a foul. It'll be the 19th foul against Mid-South Greyhounds. It'll be against number 15, Devontae Tucker. Porter at the line to shoot. First one's up and in. He's got one more. Pioneers lead by 4. With 4:43 to play. Second one is off the inside of the iron, no good. Ball will be in the hands of Yancey. He'll bring it up and get it to Frazier. Frazier gets it back around. Three-point shot is up off the glass, no good. Barry brings it back down the floor. Barry all the way to the rim, gets his shot blocked. Now it'll come out to Starks. Starks will get it back out to Barry, and he'll look at a 3. Fakes it, gets it over to Porter. Porter puts up a 3. It's no good. Starks with the rebound. Barry with the three-point try. It's no good. The rebound will come down to Washington. He'll get it to Frazier, and Frazier will bring it back up the right side, guarded by Starks. Frazier back to the other side of the floor. We'll get it to Yancey now. Now Frazier dribbles and penetrates. Inside, puts up a shot. It's blocked. Huff with that block. Johnson with the rebound. Back down the floor. Euro step. Puts it up and in off just over the front of the rim with a floater. 26-20. They pushed it back out to a 6-point lead. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in the first half. Frazier crosses the timeline. Starks guards. Gets it to Washington. Back to Frazier. Sets a screen. Now Frazier looks to shoot, and he's going to throw the ball away. Just throws it out of bounds. He was trying to get it to Washington. They're going to say it was tipped, and it will belong to Mid-South. Tucker will get set to throw this in. Gustafo checks back in. Akins is going to check in. Pulford back in. And Lowe back in. Coach is going to send out a whole five-man crew. Or 4-man. He sends in 4 out of 5. Johnson, the only man left on the floor for Pioneers. Ball comes into Christopher. Christopher gets it into the corner to Yancey. He puts up a 3. It's good. 26-23. Now Johnson takes the inbound. He'll take it from low and get it back down the floor. Johnson on the far side of the floor. Gets it to Gustafo. He's going to back in. try to put up a shot. He's double teamed. Now he'll get the ball back out to Johnson. Johnson will have to try and save it from going into the backcourt. Now an attempted dunk is no good as Washington went up for that dunk one-handed. He's going to miss the dunk, but he's going to be fouled by number 11, Gustavo. That'll be the 6th team foul against the Pioneers. North Arkansas is in the bonus. One more, and they'll be in the double bonus. First free throw by Washington is good. He's got his second free throw right here. Hits the front of the rim, no good. Gustavo rebounds. Johnson with the ball, 2:40 to play. Johnson on the left side, tries to dribble and penetrate, gets the ball knocked away. It goes about 3 rows deep in the stands, and it'll be sent back in. And the Pioneers will inbound in front of the Greyhounds bench. Akins with the ball, looks to get it inside. Finds Pulford, and Pulford will put up a 3. He's going to miss that. High up to get the rebound will be Gustavo. He gets knocked down. Christopher with the ball, comes back down the floor. Christopher in the lane. He's going to lose it. Akins with the basketball, but they're going to call a foul. He was out. He wasn't under control when he went into the lane, but the foul's going to be called against the Pioneers. It'll be the 7th team foul. That foul will be called against Lowe, and it will be his 2nd personal foul. Christopher at the line to shoot. Free throws up. It's good. He'll have one more right here. Second free throw by Christopher's up and in. We're all tied up at 26. Johnson will take this inbound pass from Gustavo, and he'll bring it back up the floor. Out around center court. Gustavo sets a screen. Now we're going to have a steal. This steal is going to be by number 5, Yancey, and he's going to put up a two-handed slam. Akins with the basketball. Johnson brought it back up the floor. Now Gustavo looks at a 3. He's going to dribble, get it over to Johnson. Now we're going to have an offensive foul. Now we're going to have a technical foul on top of that. Lowe was going to pick up the personal foul, and a technical is going to be called against Mid-South. Oh, it looks like they called it. Oh, the technical foul is going to be called against Devontae Tucker of Mid-South. And he will pick up, Lowe will pick up his 4th foul, it appears, and Tucker will pick up the technical foul. Christopher with the basketball. He'll bring it up. And he'll put the shot up and in on the right side. 30-26. Johnson with the basketball up the floor. Quickly on the right-hand side. Gets it out to go over to Huff. He'll put up the shot from the three-point line. Now Porter gets his own rebound, puts it back up. He's not going to make either one of those shots, but he's going to go to the free throw line to shoot free throws. Tucker picks up that foul. It'll be his 3rd. So fouls are becoming an issue here in the first half. Porter at the line to shoot 2 free throws. First one's up off the back of the iron, no good. Tucker will check out, and checking in for him will be number 23, Taylor Connor. Second free throw by Porter's up off the iron, no good. Tipped around. Porter almost gets it. Now they try to go for the tie-up, and they can't get it. Yancey with the basketball. Comes across the timeline. He hands it to Christopher. Christopher on the right elbow. He's guarded by Starks. Now Barry comes out to give him a hand. Washington over to Christopher. Under a minute to play in the first half. Shot clock violation is going to happen. We're going to have a shot clock violation on the Mid-South Greyhounds. Starks will inbound this on the baseline. He'll get it into Johnson, and Johnson will bring it back up the floor. Johnson looks back at the bench quickly. Now he'll cross the timeline, gets it to Porter. Porter will get it down inside, but it's going to be out of bounds as Huff couldn't get there. 39.3 seconds left in the first half. 30-26, Mid-South leads here in this basketball game. Ball out to Yancey. Yancey puts up a three-point shot. It's off the iron. Barry with the rebound. Over to Johnson. Johnson comes from the left side back to the right, kicks it out. Huff will put up a three-point shot. It's going to be off the front of the rim. No good. Barry with the rebound. Barry comes out of there. Now he spins and puts it back up and in. 30-28. 13 seconds remaining. Yancey gets the ball to Christopher. Under 10. Christopher all the way down the floor, all the way to the rim, puts up a shot. It's no good. Rebounded by Jackson. Back down the floor. Johnson's going to put up a shot at the buzzer. It's no good. At the end of the first half, it's 30-28, and we'll be right back. We're getting ready to start this second half here, and it appears that the Pioneers are going to have the ball to start the second half. Johnson will get set to throw this in. He's got Starks in the backcourt. Starks will take the inbound pass, come down into the right corner on the right elbow, pick up his dribble, get it over to Porter. Porter will put up a three-point shot, and he'll bury that to start the second half. 31-30, the Pioneers lead early in the second half in the first minute. Now the Greyhounds on their end of the floor will throw this up. Porter's going to steal it. Johnson with the basketball. He's on Chapin. Puts it up. It's no good. Porter comes down with the rebound. Porter tries to get the shot up. Can't get it. Gets it out to Barry. Barry will put the shot up and in. 33-30. Early, and there's still less than a minute, and they've already scored 4 points here early, or 5 points here early. Now it's another steal. This time it's Barry. Barry's going to go up and lay that up and in. All 6 points early in this second half have been scored by North Arkansas. They came out very ready to play. Less than a minute, 56 seconds, they put up 6 points. And Arkansas State Mid-South hasn't scored a bucket yet. We've got a 1 minute timeout. It'll be a full timeout. And we want to let you know that at the end of the first half, they ended the ball game, or they ended the first half 30-28. So the first 7 points of the second half have been scored by the Pioneers, and that's a 7-0 run to start the second half. You got to love that if you're a Pioneer fan. We'll be right back after the timeout. Good play started back up here. Like I said, less than a minute into the second half, 56 seconds into the second half, and the Pioneers have already scored 7 points and retaken the lead, and they lead by 5 now. Christopher will bring up this ball for Mid-South. Starks will pick him up after he crosses timeline. Chapin with the basketball. Chapin gets it around, and Tucker will put this up. It's no good. Rebound to Barry. Barry gathers himself, gets the ball over to Johnson, and he'll bring it back up the floor. Johnson just across center court. Now he's going to dribble down into the left side, into the corner, on the baseline, and tries to make a pass. It'll be stolen by Christopher. Christopher all the way back down, kicks it across court to Chapin. He puts up a three. It's no good. Rebound comes down to Washington. He gets it back to Christopher. Christopher over to Washington. Back to Christopher. He puts up a three. It's going to rim out. That ball will go out of bounds off of Mid-South, and they have still yet to score in this second half. Tucker knocks that out of bounds, and now the Pioneers will throw it in. Johnson will go to the out of bounds and throw it into Starks. Starks will get it right back to Johnson. He'll bring it up the floor. Chapin will pick up Johnson as he comes across the timeline. Now on this right side, gets it over to Porter in the center of the floor. Porter dribbles inside, gets it back out to Huff. Huff puts up a three-point shot that's no good. Huff will get his own rebound, goes inside. Chapin will block it, and it'll be Mid-South bringing it back up the floor. Christopher can't see Washington down low. Chapin does. Washington with the basketball, tries to back Huff in, gets it back out to Christopher. Christopher's going to put up the shot. He's going to make it. They're going to count that basket, and that foul is going to be against number 13, Nicholas Huff. Be the first team foul in this second half. Coach Jordan Hunter is going to argue that, but he's not going to win that argument. That'll be the first foul on Huff. Free throws up and in. It's a three-point swing there. Now Johnson on the other end. Huff with the basketball. Now he'll lose it as Christopher knocks it out. Yancey picks it up. Chapin with the basketball out to Yancey. He'll put up a three, and he'll bury that from the right side. 36-35. Mid-South has retaken the lead by 1 point. Johnson across the timeline. He'll be guarded by Chapin. Now he'll get the ball to Starks, who's guarded by Christopher. Back out to Barry. Barry puts up a three-point shot. It's no good. Rebound to Johnson. Johnson will kick it out to Porter. Porter looks inside to Huff. Can't get the ball to him. Gets it over to Johnson to Barry. Now Barry on the left side of the lane will drive down the lane, puts up the shot. It's no good. Huff tips it. Now Porter comes down with the rebound. Starks with a three-point shot, a deep three-point shot, and it's good. 38-36. These two teams are going to change leads, it looks like, here in the second half. Christopher's going to get fouled. This may be on Starks. We'll see who it's actually on. They do call it on Starks. And coming into the game will be Cannon. He'll come in for Huff. Akins and Pulford get set to check in. Akins will check in for Starks. And Porter will come out as Pulford comes in. Christopher gets set to throw this in from the baseline. Washington goes up for the slam, can't get it. Now the ball will go out of bounds. And they're going to say it belongs to Mid-South. The official on the baseline didn't have a great view, but he makes the call. North Arkansas leads by 2. Now, Tucker's going to go up for the shot. He's going to miss that shot, but he's going to the free throw line. That foul will be called on Barry. It'll be his third. It'll be the third team foul here in the second half against North Arkansas. There is no team fouls against ASU Mid-South. Free throws up, and it's no good. Tucker will have one more try. Porter gets set to come back into the ball game. He'll come in for Barry. Tucker gets set for his second free throw attempt. He'll make that and make it a 1 point ball game. Johnson with the ball. He gets it up to Akins. Now Akins will be guarded by Christopher. Over to Johnson. Johnson's going to go all the way to the rim on Chapin. Foul's going to be called, but it'll be on the floor. It'll be against Chapin. It'll be the first team foul against Mid-South in this second half. Third personal foul against Chapin. Akins will throw this in from the bench or from the baseline. He'll get it into Pulford. Pulford will get it over to Porter. Back around to Johnson and Akins. Now back to Johnson. Johnson will go to the left side. Porter with the basketball. 11 seconds to shoot. Pulford now gets it inside. And Cannon will put this shot up. It's no good. And Washington comes down with the rebound after the block. Christopher on the other end. All the way to the rim. Dishes off the pass. Tucker's going to go to the free throw line. It'll be the fourth team foul in this second half. And that foul will be called against Porter. It's his first. He'll get the rebound as Tucker missed that. Did make the shot, so it's 39-38. Now Porter with the ball. Gets it back to Akins. Akins out on the Pioneer symbol. Gets it to Porter. Porter will get it back to Akins. He'll put up a deep three-point shot that's no good. Pulford with the rebound, and it'll go out of bounds. It'll go to Christopher as he saves it. Chapin. Washington goes up for the slam and does not make it. He's fouled. He's going to the free throw line. We got a timeout. North Arkansas. Pulford gets called for that foul. It's his first. It's the fifth team foul here in this second half for the Pioneers. We'll take the timeout and be right back. got 15-14 to play in the ball game, and it's 39-38. Mid-South leads the Pioneers. Washington at the line. He'll be shooting 2 free throws. First one's up, hits the front of the rim, rolls to the glass, and dies before it falls through the net. 40-38 now. He can make this a 3-point lead. And he rattles that one out and does not make it. Johnson will come down the floor with the ball after the Porter rebound. Polford with the basketball. He'll get it out to Porter. Porter wanted to try and get it inside. Akins loses the ball on his way in. He'll get up and have the ball, and then he'll lose it out of bounds. It'll belong to Mid-South. The Greyhounds with a 2-point lead and a chance to add to it. Christopher back up the left side of the floor. Tries to turn on the Jets. Now Washington will fake it, give it to Chapin. Chapin will put up a 3-point shot. He'll make that, and that is good for 3. Akins cross court to Johnson. Johnson comes across the timeline. Huff behind the 3-point line at the right elbow, puts up the shot. It's no good. He gets his own rebound. A good shooter will do that. He puts up a shot. Looked like he was fouled. Chapin didn't get called. Christopher back down the floor. And a 3-point shot from Yancey from the right side of the floor in the corner. We got a timeout on the floor. We'll take the timeout as Coach Hunter is very upset with the officiating, and we'll see what comes out of this timeout. We'll be right back. 14-10 to play. 46-38. ASU Greyhounds lead this conference opener basketball game. Coach gets a few words with the official. Pioneers will throw in from the far baseline. Starks, Johnson, Porter, Huff, and Berry on the floor for the Pioneers. Berry with the basketball gets it to Huff. Now Huff will get it around to Porter. Porter looks to try and get this. We've got a whistle on the baseline. It looks like it's going to be called against Yancey. He wants to go talk to the official about it. If he's not careful, he's going to get a technical. They're going to pull him out of the game. Coming in to replace him will be Wallace. Starks gets ready to throw this in, gets it in to Huff. He puts it up and in off the glass on the left-hand side. Chapin to Christopher. Christopher will get this back down the center of the floor. Now he'll set up, call the offensive play. Chapin, Christopher, back around to Yancey. Chapin now with a 3-point basket or shot. It's no good. Johnson with the rebound, back down the floor. And he's going to be, they're going to say it was knocked away by Washington. Mid-South Greyhound coach can't believe what he's seeing. Starks is going to throw this in. Starks looks to get it in. He finally does get it to Porter. Now Porter will dribble on Wallace, try to penetrate. Gets in the lane, Euro step, and he's going to make the basket, count the basket. and he's going to the free throw line to shoot a free throw. Foul is on Wallace, and he can make this a 3-point ball game if he can make this free throw. Isaac Porter makes that free throw, and it's a 3-point ball game, 46-43. Christopher takes the inbound pass from Yancey. Pass over to Yancey. He'll be double teamed right there in the corner. Chapin with the basketball. He'll get it out to Christopher. Now Christopher will dribble to the left side. He'll get a screen from Washington. Wallace in the corner puts up a 3-point shot that's no good. Porter over to Johnson. Johnson brings it back up the floor after the Porter rebound. All the way to the rim, puts it up. He's going to make that basket. He's fouled. He's going to the free throw line to shoot an and one. And he can tie this ball game up if he can make this free throw. David Johnson at the free throw line. The foul was on number 3, Jermaine Christopher. He comes out of the ball game. So does Wallace. I'm sorry, Christopher didn't come out. And we were all tied up at 46. Last 2 trips down the floor. Tucker comes back in. Spivey, rather, comes back in. Christopher, 10-second call. Pioneers defense holds them in the backcourt, and they get a 10-second call. That's going to be a turnover back to the Pioneers. They'll inbound from the far side of the floor, and it'll be Starks throwing this ball in. Now it's going to be Johnson. Him and Starks change places. Barry cuts towards the inbounder for the ball. Porter's going to put up a 3-point shot. Huff gets the rebound. Huff is back up and gets it up and in. 48-46. The Pioneers retake the lead. Several lead changes here in this second half. 12-17 to play. Washington out to Christopher, over to Chapin, puts up a 3-point attempt. It's no good. Starks will come down with that rebound. And Johnson on the other end puts it up and in on the left side. Easy layup. We've got a timeout on the floor. The Greyhounds want a full timeout, and we'll take the timeout with them. 12:02 to play in the ball game, 50-46. The Pioneers have retaken the lead and pushed it out to 4. Out on the floor for the Pioneers, it'll be Barry, Starks, Johnson, Porter, and Huff. And we're going to see the Greyhounds inbound this on the far end of the floor away from their bench. Spivey will throw this in. Tucker throws it into Spivey. Spivey will get it across court to Christopher as he comes across the timeline. 11:55 to play. 50-46, inside the lane, back out to Spivey. He puts up a 3-point try. It's no good. Ball will go out of bounds. It'll go off of Chapin and out of bounds. And the Pioneers will throw this in from the baseline. Ball comes into Porter. Porter will get it back to Johnson. And Johnson will bring it across the timeline, be picked up by Spivey. Barry cuts across. Huff cuts out inside to Porter. Porter's going to back in on Chapin, put up the shot. It's no good. Chapin's going to come down with the rebound, fight for it, gets it to Christopher. Christopher comes across timeline, guarded by Starks, down inside the lane, and he's going to be fouled. It'll be a 2-shot foul. Well, actually, they're going to call this on the baseline. Foul was on number 2, Starks. It'll be his 3rd foul. Pioneers still lead by 4. Christopher gets this into Washington, and Washington tries to turn and put up a shot. Breakaway for Johnson. He goes up and he gets it to fall. He went up for a 2-hand stuff. He gets it to fall, but he's fouled in the process, and he's going to the line. He'll shoot an and one. That foul will be the 15th foul against the Greyhounds. The 2nd foul against number 3, Christopher. He was going up for the slam there and had 2 hands on it. Got the ball to fall anyway because he works out in the gym enough, and he'll make that free throw, and he'll push the lead to 53-46. Chapin with the ball, gets it over to Christopher. Christopher will come up the left side of the floor. Christopher looks, gets the ball over to Spivey, back to Christopher. Washington cuts out. He can't get the ball. Now Akins and Washington get all tied up. Christopher gets the ball into Washington at the free throw line. He throws a skip pass down the lane, and it'll go out of bounds. Chapin never had a chance to get a hold of that. Now Akins will throw this into Johnson. And Johnson will come back up the middle of the floor. Spivey waits for him at the midcourt line. Johnson over on the left side, gets it down low. And Porter lost control of it, but Barry comes up with it and gets it up and in. 55-46, 9-point lead now for the Pioneers. Christopher gets it over to Tucker. Washington sees that pass go out of bounds. It'll go out of bounds, though, they say, off of Huff. Chapin will check out, and Deshaun Jackson will check in for the Greyhounds. Christopher gets set to throw this in from the baseline. And he'll get it in, but it'll be stolen after it's knocked away. Johnson on the other end again puts up the layup on the right-hand side. It's up and in good. 57-46. We've got a timeout on the floor. Greyhounds are going to take another timeout here with 10 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. Lead is 11, 57-46 for the North Arkansas Pioneers. Tucker's going to come back to throw this in. Checking into the game is Hugh McFarland. He hasn't been in since early in the first half. Got into foul trouble. He'll pass the ball off to Spivey. Spivey in the right corner. Gets it back out to McFarland. Spivey, the inside. Now it comes around to Tucker. Tucker's going to temporarily lose it. Regains the ball. Gets it into Washington. And now it'll come out to Tucker. He puts up the shot. It's no good. The ball is rebounded by Barry, saved, and gets it out to Porter. Now Porter will get it back to Johnson. Johnson will bring it across the timeline, and they'll set up the offense with 9:24 to play in the game. Johnson gets the ball to Barry. Barry will step back and put up a three. The ball's going to go out of bounds. They're going to say it went out on Porter. He was over not really over the back, but got higher than McFarland, and the ball went out of bounds off of Porter, according to the official on the baseline. Spivey takes the inbound pass over to McFarland. Tucker comes up the left side. McFarland gets it over to Spivey on the right. Back to McFarland. Inside to Washington at the high post. And a shot goes up by Jackson. He'll get the layup on the left-hand side. 57-48. Pioneers lead. Johnson with the basketball on the other end. Has Porter in the right corner. Can't get the ball to him. Gets it out to Akins. Akins quickly goes around McFarland, and he'll throw the ball all the way across. Looked like it might have went off of Spivey, but they're going to say it went out of bounds off the Pioneers. Greyhounds will throw this in front of the Pioneer bench. McFarland will take the inbound pass from Tucker. Come back down the floor. Has Spivey in the right corner. Gets it back to McFarland. Now McFarland comes back to the left side, gets it into Washington. Washington tries to dribble and penetrate, kicks it out. McFarland now, Washington, over to Spivey. Spivey puts up a three that's no good. Rebound hauled down by Berry. Johnson back down the floor. Johnson in the lane, kicks it out to Akins. He puts up a three-point attempt that's no good. Johnson with the rebound out to Berry. Berry puts up a deep two-point shot. It was only two. It was in front of the line. McFarland almost saw that ball go out of bounds as it was thrown out in front of him. Jackson with another layup on the right-hand side. Huff making sure he doesn't foul him. Cannon gets set to come back into this game. Akins with the basketball on the right side. Now he'll come back up to the center of the floor, guarded by McFarland. Fairly tight. Now he'll come back to the right, get the ball to Johnson. Johnson at the right elbow. Johnson tries to dribble and penetrate. He'll be knocked down, and they're going to call a foul, it looks like. They do call the foul. It'll be called on Jackson, and it'll be the first foul on Deshaun Jackson. That's the sixth team foul. Either team is in the bonus. They've both got one more foul before they force free throws to be shot. (59-50), 7 minutes and 20 seconds to play in the game. Akins gets set to throw this in. Gets it into Johnson. Johnson gets it right back to Akins. He dribbles and penetrates, gets inside the lane. Short jumper, puts it up. It's no good. Cannon with the rebound. Cannon tries to get it out to Berry. It'll be stolen by Tucker over to McFarland. McFarland has Spivey in the left corner. Now he's going to put up a three. It's going to be off the mark, and we're going to have an offensive foul. This is going to be called against number 15, Tucker. He does not like this call, but he pushed off, and that will send Pioneers to the free throw line to shoot the 1-and-1. And Tucker will foul out of this ball game. Spivey comes out as well, just to sit on the bench. Akins at the free throw line to shoot two free throws, or shoot the 1-and-1 rather. First attempt is up. It's up and good. He pushes the lead out to 10, 60-50 with 7:01 to play. Drew Akins puts it second one through, makes an 11-point lead again. 7 minutes to play in the ball game. McFarland back over to Frazier. Frazier gets it back to McFarland, back to Frazier, back to McFarland. They play catch, get it to Yancey. Ball is tipped away by Akins. It'll go out of bounds, hit the bleachers, and bounce back to the floor. McFarland will get set to throw this in on the baseline. Frazier on the floor. Washington. Jackson. Frazier with the ball. Gets it to Washington. Washington looks inside. Can't get the ball down there. Gets it to McFarland on the left elbow. He loses it right to Washington. Now the ball will be tipped away. Porter picks it up over to Johnson. Johnson will pick up his dribble. He'll get it back out to Porter. Porter over to Akins. Akins will be harassed by McFarland. He'll pick up a screen by Barry into Cannon, and Cannon's going to put up a shot that's blocked, and it'll go out of bounds off of the Greyhounds. Akins will get set to throw this in on the baseline underneath his own goal. Gets it into Porter, out to Johnson. Ball will be stolen by McFarland. McFarland out and puts it up. It's no good. They're going to call a foul. They're going to call a foul on Johnson. Johnson's going to pick up the foul. That ball was hard off the inside of the iron. And that'll be the 7th team foul. Both teams now in the bonus. McFarland at the line to shoot a 1-and-1, or shoot 2 rather. He makes the first one. He's got one more. It's a 10-point game, 6:03 to play. Off of the back of the iron, rebounded by Cannon. Out to Barry. Barry almost loses it. Now Barry gets across the timeline. He'll pass it back to Johnson. Johnson to Akins. Back over to Johnson. Pioneers have to be careful to protect this basketball. Akins puts up a 3-point shot that'll roll out. Cannon went up high but got pushed. Now Frazier back down the floor with the basketball. Frazier spins, gets the ball to Yancey, around to McFarland. McFarland gets it back over to Frazier. Frazier will put up a deep 3-point shot. It'll be off the back of the iron and be rebounded by Johnson. The ball's taken away by Jackson. McFarland puts up a deep 3. It'll be knocked out, rebounded by Akins, and he'll tip it up to Johnson. Akins back over to Johnson on the left side. Akins on the right elbow, down in the left corner to Porter. Porter will get it back out to Johnson. Johnson stands way out. Now he comes in. Now he gets Frazier to spin. Porter puts up a 3 that's no good. The rebound comes down to Jackson. Now McFarland with the ball from Frazier. He gets down inside the lane. He's out of control, but they're going to call a foul, it looks like, on Akins. It will be on Akins. It'll be the 8th team foul. It'll be Akins' first foul. Checking back in will be Huff and Starks, as Akins and Cannon will check out of this ball game. 4:44 to play. It's a 10-point game. McFarland at the line to shoot 2 free throws. Puts first one up and in. Makes it a 9-point game. He can cut it to 8 right here. Off the bench, getting set to check in, will be number 3, Beck Morrow. Second rebound rattles out. Huff with the rebound, gets it to Starks. Starks will get it over to Johnson. Johnson brings it across the timeline. Almost knocked away, gets it back to Starks, and Starks will get it back to Johnson. Over to Porter. Porter in the corner. He wants to drive the baseline, but he'll kick it back out to Barry. Over to Starks, and Starks will put up a 3-point shot that's no good. Porter with the rebound back up and in on the left side. 4:15 to play, 63-52, back to 11 for the Pioneers. Holford gets set to check in as well for the Pioneers. Yancey into Washington. Washington back out to Yancey. Gets it to Jackson. Jackson across to McFarland. McFarland kicks it out to Frazier, who puts up a 3-point shot off the back of the iron. Huff is going to come down with that rebound. Gets the ball to Starks. We got a whistle. We got a whistle on the floor. We'll see what this is all about. Official comes to the scorer's table. They're looking up at the clock. We're going to see what's going on here. Technical foul has been called against the bench. Huff will make the free throw, the first one. He's got one more here, 64-52. His second free throw is up off the front of the iron. Pulford and Morrow check in. Johnson and Porter will check out. Pioneers are going to inbound in front of the scorer's table. Pulford gets set to throw this in. He's got Morrow in the right corner in the front court. He's got Starks in the back court, guarded by McFarland. Gets it into Starks all the way back at the other end of the floor. Starks will bring it up across the timeline. He's harassed thoroughly by McFarland inside the Huff, and foul's going to be called inside. It's going to be a two-shot foul. Foul will be against number 11, and that'll be Frazier. Braylon Frazier's going to pick up his second foul. Huff makes the first free throw, 65-52. He's got one more right here. 3:38 to play in the game. And he makes the second one, makes it 66-52 and a 14-point lead now for the Pioneers. McFarland back down the floor, gets it to Yancey. McFarland over to Yancey in the left corner. Yancey puts up a three-point shot that's no good. It'll go out of bounds and belong to the Pioneers. Porter, Johnson, and Akins all check back in. Huff will check out, Pulford will check out, and so will Beck Morrow. Starks will throw this in. He's got Akins and Johnson in the backcourt. At center court, he's got Barry. He gets it into Johnson in the backcourt. Back to Starks. Starks will get it over to Barry. Barry drives. He puts it up and in on the left-hand side. 68-52, 16-point lead. Pioneers pushing the basketball. Frazier over to McFarland, inside to Washington. Washington in the high post. He throws the ball so high that it goes off Yancey's hands, and it goes 5 rows deep in the stands. Huff will check back in now. He'll check in for Porter. Coach Jordan Hunter gets the play call that he wants. Akins gets the basketball over to Johnson. Johnson comes across the timeline, pushes it, gets all the way down, puts it up and in off the glass. It's high off the glass and falls in on the right side, 70-52. They pushed it out to an 18-point lead. Christopher to Yancey, back to Christopher, over to McFarland. McFarland picks up his dribble, gets it to Frazier. Frazier tries to dribble and drive the baseline, puts up a little mini hook. It's good. Ball comes into Johnson. Johnson gets it down to Akins. Akins will go all the way, put it up and in on the right-hand side. 72-54, back to 18. Frazier up the right side of the floor. Christopher looks inside to Washington, gets it to Yancey, back to Christopher, over to McFarland in the left corner. Christopher now. Frazier puts up a deep three. It's going to be off the front of the iron, rebounded by Huff. Huff with the basketball gets it to Barry. Barry will get it over to Johnson, and Johnson's going to have his pockets picked and might have been fouled, but no call. Christopher puts a shot up, and Huff looks like he's going to pick up the foul, even though he was standing straight up. He does pick up the foul. It's his second. 9th. Both teams have 9 team fouls here in this second half. Christopher will be at the line to shoot free throws. First one is up. Off of the left side of the iron, bounces over to Huff, and he'll give it back to the official. 1:54 to play, 18-point lead for North Ark. Christopher's second shot is up, and That's a perfect, good-looking shot. Starks will throw this in. He's got Akins and Johnson. Now he's got Barry. He's going to hit Barry. Barry's going to bring it across timeline, pick up his dribble, throw it across court to Starks. Back to Johnson. Johnson up and in on the left side. Johnson got that up and in on the left side, and it was a 74-55, 19-point lead. We've got a foul called. It'll be called against Johnson, and it'll be a shooting foul. Porter's going to come back into this game. He's going to come in for Johnson. First free throw is up and in by Yancey. Sorry, by Spivey. No, that's Yancey. He makes both of them. Jackson Yancey makes both of those free throws. And we've got 1:44 to play in the ball game. 74-57 is your score. Johnson stands on the sideline. He's got 3 fouls. And that was an intentional foul. So ball was tipped. You could hear that. Now Yancey will put up a 3. It's no good. Ball will go out of bounds. It appeared to go out off of McFarland, but they're going to say it went out off of the Pioneers. And Greyhounds will inbound on underneath their own goal. Frazier takes the inbound pass, looks to try to get it to somebody. McFarland is the culprit. Now the ball is tipped by Porter over to Yancey. Yancey's going to dribble and penetrate, puts it up and in. Players flying all over the place. Porter hits the ground. Now he'll take the inbound pass from Akins. 1:08 to play. 74-59, Pioneers lead. We've got a whistle and a call on the floor. We're going to have free throws. Foul's going to be called against number 10. It'll be his 3rd personal foul, and that is Hugh McFarland. First free throw is up and in. It's good by Akins. We're going to have wholesale substitutions here. Beck Morrow's coming in. Lowe comes back in. Gustavo checks back in. Also, number 34, Alonzo Driver. Akins makes the 2nd free throw, and he's going to check out, and Tashawn Roper will check in for him. 76-59, 1:02 to play. Christopher with the basketball. Passes it down to McFarland in the high post. He tries to get inside. Now Washington with the ball. Gustavo's going to commit a foul. It's going to be a reach-in foul on the shot. It'll be his 2nd personal foul. We're under a minute to play with 51.9 seconds. Washington at the line to shoot 2 free throws. First one's up. That's perfect. Never even touched the rim, just right over the front and through. Washington with his 2nd one. And he cuts it to a 15-point lead. 76-61. Morrow throws this in. He gets it in to Roper. Back over to Morrow. Morrow gets it to Gustavo. Lowe sets a screen. Gustavo inside the lane, kicks it out to Roper, and Roper puts it up and in on the right side, went underneath the rim, and did a reverse layup. Under 30 seconds to play now. Yancey with the basketball. He'll get it out to Christopher. They'll have to put up a shot. Blocked and out of bounds. Shot clock at 15. Game clock at 21.9. Greyhounds with the basketball. Christopher throws it in, or gets set to throw it in. He gets it into Frazier. Frazier's going to step back, put up a deep 3-point shot that's off the back of the iron. It's knocked away from Lowe. He had the rebound. Christopher puts up a deep 3. It's good. 11.1 seconds to play. Roper with the basketball. He's going to try and dribble out the time. And just the Greyhounds aren't going to foul him. This is going to be your final score, 78-64. He hands the ball to the official, and we've come to a final here of 78-64 in Pioneer Pavilion. They trailed at the half, but they pull it out in the second half as these two teams battled and took the lead, switched hands several times early in the second half, and finally the Pioneers were able to take control of the game, push the lead as high as 16 points, and that will wrap up this game here tonight. The Pioneers will defeat the Greyhounds 78-64. The Lady Pioneers will come away with the home conference victory as well, 71-57 earlier in this evening. So we will be back here on the Pioneer Network in January. It will be our next time on the network. We will bring you that game. And I'm Robert Lyons. It's been my pleasure to bring you the game here on the Pioneer Network at the Pioneer Pavilion in Harrison.